Blizzard Bill's weather webcast is up in 10 seconds. I'm Bill Horman, licensed realtor with Epic Homes Real Estate. Planning on buying or selling in Ohio or Michigan? Well, call me. Let's chat. Then let's get you moving.
This is not a test. This is the emergency broadcast system announcing the arrival of Blizzard Bill. It's about to get cold in here. Hope you're ready for the chill. The weatherman. He got a plan. The weatherman. He got a plan. The weatherman.
Hello there, everybody. Blizzard Bill. We are live right about 12 o'clock as expected. We got a couple things going on. All right, let's head right over to the radar summary. What is called a mesoscale discussion, basically a watch before a watch, has gone out in the exact spot that we figured it would. Remember, I said if there's going to be an upgrade a little bit, it's going to be to the east. So far, that is the case. Likely going to be seeing towards Cleveland a severe thunderstorm watch. Now, depending upon what this area does right back in here, and that is a special weather statement for eastern Williams County and to Fulton County, this could be backed up a little bit. I would not let your guard down just to the west of this potential watch. Right in here. Just don't do it yet. Okay? Although this is getting the weather headlines right now, what's happening or potentially happening eastward. If you're in up and down 75 eastward, I would really stay tuned to the latest weather. The farther east you go, even by 20, 30, 40, 50 miles, dramatically increases your chances of getting some heavy weather during the next couple of hours. But right now, the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting this spot right in here for a potential of a severe thunderstorm watch. They give it a 60% probability. But I just want to be very quick to point out, with all this stuff developing back here to the west, meaning Williams County, a little bit of touch into northern Defiance County, but we'll stay north of Defiance. That blue box indicates winds gusting up to 50 miles an hour, 30 to 50, and hail and some gusty winds. What that thing does during the next hour or so is going to be quite important to what happens downstream a little bit. So again, once again, if you're in this area here, although the potential watch is going to be eastward, this area here needs to be watched as this line comes eastward and slowly increases and will be much stronger over to the east. That is true. But, there may be a tendency to go, oh, it's no big deal. It's farther eastward. So we'll just have to see what happens. All right. That's why I'm keeping everybody up to date on the latest radar summary. Zooming a bit closer, you can see it looks like it's grown a little bit to the east of and northeast of West Unity. You see it right there. So this is pretty much the uh, stuff getting its act together now near Morenci and across the northeastern areas of Lenawee County and extreme northwestern areas of Monroe County. And you can see near Ann Arbor, they've had a lot of rain up that way. And our friends in northern Michigan just got this line of storms also near Mount Pleasant to Gladwin to West Branch and near Alpena. Okay, it's all part of the same system. So it'll be interesting to see if anything tries to develop behind this. No evidence of that whatsoever yet. Although, there's a couple of blips here back to the west. So, although there's drier air, there may be enough of a kick to get a second shot coming in. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, so that is the very latest on that. Let me see if a brand new HER model came in. It's just now coming in. Let me see here. Real quick. Yeah, just coming in. Brand new stuff. Let's see what we got here for you. Okay. All right. Goes out 6 hours. Yes, still shows out there's thunderstorms right there. You see that? That's why we cannot let our guard down. So that is now. That's about an hour from now. Okay, about 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Okay, so all that's why I'm being very careful here to say, hey, folks, let's watch this whole area right in here, and it matches up the models rather nicely. Okay, rather nicely. Let's lock it down here. There you go. Right in here, this stuff could really fire pretty quick. Okay, so that is the very latest with all of that. The latest, what is called the visible satellite shot, shows it rather nicely also. Shows that disturbance is moving eastward, trying to intensify back in here. Looks like there may be another kick right here trying to come in from the northwest. Look at this right in here. Clear in Chicago, clear in Gary, Indiana, with 40,000 customers still without power from the derecho 11 days ago. All right, so they're glad there's no more severe weather for those folks there. Okay, back on over to the radar summary real quick. Pop over here, pop over here. Let me take you out 1 hour in advance. Okay, all right, here's the current radar. Let me move it along here real quick. Okay, let it load up. Okay, loading up right now. It takes about 10 seconds to do it. There it goes. I'll kick it in the gear. 1 hour from now, you can see approaching Toledo, assuming she holds together, and there's every reason to believe it will. It would probably be, what did I say, after 1 o'clock for most areas. That's the way it looks. Earlier back to the west. But this is a 1 hour forecast going out 1 hour in advance. Okay? Right there, and there's your hour right there. Still nothing along the immediate lakeshore. Okay? I think yours is going to come a little bit later on. If you're at Cedar Point, you probably have a couple more hours. Go out and have some fun. A couple of hours at Cedar Point. All right, let me go to social media here real quick if I possibly could. Now, just kind of look on the map where you live, okay? And that'll help out quite a bit. Okay, check that out. All righty, let me see here. I don't know if they're going to cancel the Browns game. I don't even know what time the Browns game is, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I know Cleveland's going to get pretty darn busy, probably about 4 or 5 o'clock. Okay. Well, either that, there's no watch in effect as of yet. Okay, what you're seeing here, that is just a mesoscale discussion. Let me clear that out real quick. That's like a watch before a watch, a 60% probability that a watch is going to go out. I'm saying that in between that blue box right there, Fulton County, and over here to the right, to the east, this zone right in here, I think could erupt in some pretty big thunderstorms. Whether you have a watch or not is academic. It looks like it is going to blow up right in here. Okay? All right. Hope that helps explains that a little bit for you. Okay. Okay. All right. Anyway, the Browns game. Let's see. We're talking about that too. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, areas to the east of 75. I think between 1 and 4 o'clock. Between the east of 75, the farther east you go, as that line approaches, that line is likely to intensify. And there may be some severe thunderstorms develop in that line before it gets east before it gets to Port Clinton, Tiffin, Sandusky. Okay, so that line could just light off very quickly. It's trying to do so, even as we speak. Okay, yes, the HER model is showing the storms. Um, what time is the game? What time is the game? The Browns game. Okay, what time is that? Um, right now, if that line holds together, okay, I'm asking about the tractor pull. If that holds together, it's going to be near Bowling Green or slightly to the north of Bowling Green. It's going to be real tight, all right, as that line approaches you from the west. Um, hour and a half, so at 1:30, between 1:15 and 1:45. Okay, but I think you'll look north, and it's going to be a lot darker up north. Okay, the Browns game is at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. That helps out. There's nothing there to speak of by Cleveland at all right now. There's nothing. Uh, Very light stuff. I kind of think the action in Cleveland is probably going to be in the third or fourth quarter. Okay, but I see there's a lightning stroke right there south of Cleveland, but that's going to go eastward, so that may develop as a thunderstorm there. But this main shot's going to come in Cleveland between probably 2 and 5. Okay, couple of storms south of Cleveland here, and they're going to go eastward. Yep, that's going to say south of Cleveland. Trying to get some storms out developing in Erie and Huron County. Okay. Yes, I do believe this is not going to be a storm for Lima today. You're absolutely correct. I don't think this is going to be a Lima storm today. I don't think so. Okay, get my map right there. I don't think so. I think it's going to be north and east of you. No, there are no warnings. There's a special weather statement. It's a little early for warnings. It's only what 12:12. It's a little bit early for warnings. That's a special weather statement, but it's moving eastward. It is intensifying, so I think Fulton County needs to stay alert for that possibility of a pretty bad storm. Okay, and Lucas County perhaps down the road, about an hour for Lucas County. Good old fashioned thunderstorm. Yep, just moved through you. There you have it. Rolling eastward. Okay, no problem there. Thunder and heavy rain in Bryan. Yeah, it's in your vicinity. There it is. Yeah, it looks like the heaviest is going east of you, and that may be it. You might develop an isolated shower this afternoon. Come on, camera, don't do that. Come on, focus in on me. Let me flip to something else that might straighten that out. White balance of that guy. There you go. Let's come back to here. There you go. There you go. And I don't see nothing much back behind you. Okay. 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 I would now. Here's the thing I want to caution everybody about to the east. Everybody's asking me about this and that. When this disturbance gets in this area right in here, it's going to develop that line. Okay, so everything would be on the table. Go back to the HER model and watch very closely. This is brand new stuff. You see how this develops? Okay, that's why I'm more concerned eastward, Toledo east. Except Fulton County right now, you got a nasty storm coming through Fulton County. Okay, here's future radar. You see the storm is growing as it comes through Fulton County. Right there. See that? That's our forecast map out. Now, I can't say the bulk is staying north of Bloomville. We can't say that quite yet because it's going to develop. Okay? Okay. For sure, if this continues going on like this, there'll be more special weather statements, i.e., blue on the map, being issued farther east. Let's not forget about northern Monroe County. Look at this stuff here lighting off across northern Monroe County. That may go near Monroe or slightly to the north of Monroe. Okay? So let's not forget about that. If that dives a little southeastward, that's going to go right over Monroe within the hour. Okay? So let's not forget about that. Let's not forget about this guy here blowing up across Lenawee County. You see, these things are starting to grow now. Okay? Okay? Let me check hail here if we're getting any of that. We probably should be getting some. Yeah, getting some hail. Hail here, to the east of Brighton. Okay? Maybe a quarter, half an inch. I'm surprised there isn't a warning out on that. But there is a special out. They just popped a special weather statement. There you go. All right, winds up to 40 mile an hour, half-inch size hail. There it is right there. There's a special weather statement right there. I was wondering when that sucker was going to come out. Indeed it has. So Monroe County, let's go back to this here. So now you're under, that's a nasty looking sucker. Look at that. But that's almost getting to severe limits. Coming out of Lenawee County into Monroe County. As a matter of fact, we're just highlighting that. Yeah, all this stuff is increasing. I mean, we're going to have to watch our P's and Q's here. Hold on a second. I may have to go grab me another iced tea. This could be a long search here. Let me redo that statement real quick. Half-inch size hail, winds up to 40 miles an hour. Moving east at 30 miles an hour. Monroe, Dundee, Ida, Luna Pier, Deerfield, LaSalle, Newport, Toledo Beach. You get the idea. If you're in this blue box right in here. Right up there. So we got two special weather statements out. Okay? Two of them. Special weather statement has gone out just to the east. They're going to put out a watch here pretty soon. They're going to have to. This is getting too crazy. There's a special weather statement there. They may have to put a watch out preceding this line. They're going to have to. If not, maybe they'll let special weather statements handle it. But regardless, you know it's coming. Okay. Let me get another iced tea. I'm going to put the radar on. I will be right back because I cannot leave and sign off here. So hold on. And your comments are welcome and all that kind of emojis and the whole bit. Right back. Hello, everybody, and Miss Blizzy is in the house. Hello, Miss Blizzy.
Hello, Blizzardville.
All righty, she's doing a bunch of stuff over there. Okay. All right, you got this line of storms, which is now intensifying. It is moving out of Lenawee County into Monroe County. Hence the blue box, hence the special weather statement. Now you got the storms extending it through Lenawee County. I would not be surprised if special weather statements go out for that too. You got the storm coming out of Williams County through Fulton County, steadily moving in an easterly direction. Okay, steadily moving eastward. And so I would say Fulton County, be on alert for that. Monroe, City of Monroe in Monroe County, central and northern Monroe County, be obviously on alert for these storms. Hail certainly has been detected on radar. All right. You can see there across the northwestern areas of Monroe County. Let me see what we have here. Some other folks commenting. What time is Sandusky? I think everybody between 1 and 4, 1 and 5. That would probably put it close to Sandusky, like 2 to 4, something like that, mid-afternoonish. Okay, yeah, it's not the best right now, but it'll be getting better up in Pontiac during the afternoon hours. Okay, and it is growing, it is intensifying. Exactly my concern with this whole thing. I don't see much for Hancock County. I really don't. Okay, this looks like it's going to go north of you. Okay, we're watching obviously Bowling Green because of the attractor pole, and that's going to be really close to them. And it looks like Lucas County, yes, I would say, unless something weird happens here and this falls apart, which I don't think it will. Yes, I'd say within the next hour. Okay. See what else we got here. Okay, it takes care of that one. Okay. Might get busy along the shoreline later today, including Lakewood, including Cleveland. Okay. Although you're getting some development already there. Okay. Hitting extreme northern areas of Defiance County. Yeah, we pointed that out on the last cut in, just north of the city of Defiance. So if you're in Defiance, you're looking north. It's going to be looking nasty. This stuff here, again, we got this whole deal here. I think we're just going to sit with this right now and just see what happens here. Okay, because I think there'll be more special weather statements and even the possibility of severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, if you're in Toledo right now in Lucas County, you probably have a half an hour or so, assuming it holds together. If you have anything outside, have any umbrellas out on your deck, your car windows open, your car top open, whatever, I would certainly be locking it down. Okay, lock it down. Right now on the tractor pull, it's probably going to be in northern Wood County, these storms, in about an hour, maybe 45 minutes. It's going to get very dark. I'm thinking just north of Bowling Green, maybe the heaviest, but any southeast tilt at all would bring heavy stuff into Bowling Green. So we just have to monitor that, okay? But right now, it looks like you are going to get real close to it. A due eastward movement would take it close to Napoleon. It's going to be close. Really, I mean, within miles of Bowling Green. Either way, okay? You are going to get a quick shot. That's exactly correct. Now, I don't see any evidence of any redevelopment in the back of this yet. There's a couple of showers and thunderstorms over southwest Michigan. But yeah, I do believe this is the main shooting match here. The main shooting match. What you see right there. So to be, I'll call it a one-shot wonder. Okay, it's going to hit you. But look at Monroe County. I mean, it's nasty in northern Monroe County. Not the best when you go south of Adrian. Okay, when you get into Fulton County, storms moving out to Williams County, touching a little bit of Defiance County. That's going to put Henry County in the zone of getting these bigger storms. So I would say Monroe. Okay, let's break it down. Monroe County. We have a little thing going here real quick. Stop this. Pop this down here. Come over here. I would say, based on what we're seeing here, okay, you got. I'll lock it down here real quick. Monroe County obviously has some issues going on. You got Lenawee County. You've got, for the most part, Fulton County, and you have, let me see here, southeastern areas of Williams County. Okay, that's where the action is right now. Going forward in time, you'd have to keep an eye on Lucas County. You'd have to keep an eye on Henry County. Okay, being proactive ahead of that line of storms. Okay. Now, a lot of folks are asking, what about the tractor pole? What about Bowling Green? You're going to have to watch that too. Areas eastward, let's worry about you guys in a little bit. Let's get the line to I-75. And then after that, we'll be able to pinpoint this a little bit better for you. I do expect there's going to be some adjustments to these special weather statements at any time now. No evidence so far that these storms are weakening. Okay. Yeah, there's a pretty good cloud shield out there too. Okay. Okay, let's sit here with this. I think the bulk of this stuff is going to be north of Finley. That's the way it looks so far. Unless something develops. I don't see much developing. Although we're getting a little bit of development back here in Indiana. Look at that. See, what's interesting is this line up here, up in Michigan. So we may have a double shot deal going on here. You got this deal here, okay? And you got this one here. I just kind of wonder if this is going to light off back in here. If you're looking at two shots here, it's just trying to form across Indiana. We'll see. Okay, clear this off here. Coming back here. Let's go Cleveland and look back. Unlock this guy here. Come in here. Okay. Yeah, these storms is blowing up. We may have two things going on here. Okay, this is going to have to do something pretty soon. I don't see any weakening on any of this. All righty. So we are just basically sitting here like you are, just watching this whole thing. I think they're going to have to realign these special weather statements and maybe even warnings. Should be getting north just dark just north of Defiance. Okay. Okay, let's zoom in a bit closer here. Wauseon should be getting pretty dark at Wauseon, Archbold area. Okay. In fact, got some heavy rain going through Archbold even as we speak. Approaching Wauseon area. Next update concerning Watt. Okay. Which update are you thinking about? This is live radar, so this is all live stuff here. The her model, I think we got the brand new update has already come in, so it'll be another half hour to 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah, they're moving. They're moving eastward at about 30 miles an hour so far out of this batch. They got a special weather statement out for Cleveland now. And they're gonna have to pop that watch out there pretty soon. So it's moving through Archbold as we speak. Gee whiz. Okay. So many things happening here on this line of storms. Pretty good hail signatures in here. Some good wind moving towards Monroe County. Looks like special marine warning statements have gone out. Yeah, marine statements moving offshore. Whoop, sorry about that. So boaters and fishermen be aware of that. Nothing about the islands yet. It all seems to be pretty well north of the islands. Okay. Pretty much right over Archbold right now, right over Stryker, Archbold. Approaching Wauseon. Okay. Probably some good rain now moving into the Adrian area. Am I thinking more in Lenawee County? I don't see evidence yet, but I am concerned about this line possibly developing a second shot coming in. There's no evidence of that yet. Okay. No rotation has been reported so far, but okay, they just put out for Cleveland a severe thunderstorm warning. But any of these storms could produce that. Yep, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for the Cleveland area. It's east of Cleveland. They're gonna pop that watch here real quick, real quick. Now you'll see that watch go up here eastward, but remember we got this we have to watch out for. Okay. Monroe County, you're going to get Monroe County and the city of Monroe. You're going to get blasted here in about 20 minutes. Pretty big storms and near Adrian, especially south of Adrian. Okay. Okay, back to that a little more here. Got more stuff developing back into here. So Defiance, city of, you may not be done. You got this stuff developing back to your west. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely development back here now, starting to pop here back to the west. Definitely so. Well, first we got to get this line through us in Toledo, okay, and that should be in Toledo area um, within the hour. Although the heaviest may go just south of downtown. Looks like it may head through Wauseon, towards Swanton, Waterville, Perrysburg, Maumee area. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like it may have weakened slightly, but not an awful lot. Look at it from a different radar, get a different look at it. No, it's still hanging in there. If you're in Wasion, it's got to be getting dark out your window to the west, and yeah, west and north. All right. Go back with a hail. Yeah, there's some hail in there. About a quarter, half inch in the purple. It's west of Wasion. Your Archbold. That storm over southern Lenawee County, just to the north, could make a move very close to Sylvania. It's going to be really, really close. Back to your west. Be right back. All righty, we're back. I give me some cucumbers to munch on here. Obviously, I'm not getting a break, getting lunch or anything. So, had to get me something right real quick. Could be a long couple of hours. It really could be. So we'll see how this all works out. All right. So anyway, storms right now on the latest radar. We're live at this hour, time being at 12:42, and moving into Wasion, getting increasingly concerned that this will affect Bowling Green because it looks like there's a slight, I mean, by just a little bit, east southeast movement, but not much, just a little bit. And that's going to put it real close into the Bowling Green area. They got the tractor pull going on over there. So we'll just have to wait and see. Here's your hour forecast on the radar summary for you. Yeah, look how close that is going to come. All right, anyway, so that's what that looks like an hour again. On the current information, the hour movement of the storms, developing that line. So it looks like close to Bowling Green here. Hour from now, how close that's going to be. Yeah, I'm afraid you guys are going to get it. It's going to move right into Bowling Green. We're up here. Okay. Severe weather outlook today. Basically, no major change so far on that. Maybe a slight wiggle back to the west on the level 1. Should be getting dark. Should be dark north of Defiance. Well, it looks like this is going to roll in on you guys within the hour. I say about an hour. All right, so what do we have here? Storms obviously moving through Monroe County, central and northern Monroe County. Now it looks like the heaviest is passing just to the south of the Adrian area. Okay. Storms across southern Lenawee County going to looks like straddle the border of Michigan and Ohio. Last scan shows us slightly weaker in southern areas of Lenawee County. The ones over Fulton County now moving into northwestern Henry County. And near Defiance, got some stuff developing west of Defiance. You can see back there on the western side, left hand side of your screen. Now a couple of blips showing up in Paulding County. Okay. Keep an eye on this guy here, rolling right over Wasion. That's what's going to be moving, I think, towards Bowling Green. A lot of times when these things blow up, they hit intensity and then they start weakening a little bit. We'll see. Archbold right smack dab in the middle of that. Looks like that special weather statement for Fulton County, that current one has expired. Should pop off the map anytime. And it just did. All right, here's a brand new one. Okay, I thought they'd have to do something. All right, this is all brand new. Uh, Takes it right up to the Lucas County line. A special weather statement. Okay, that would include northwestern areas of Henry County and eastern and northeastern Defiance County. Although the heaviest is just to the north of Defiance, being proactive about this stuff coming out of Hicksville. Okay, nothing for Lucas County so far. Okay, a little bit too soon for that anyway. So that was what I thought they'd have to realign that, and they did. Okay, let me read that to you. For winds up to 40 miles an hour, that would be impacting Defiance, Western Henry, Fulton, and southeastern Williams County. There it is right there in blue. Tracking strong thunderstorms from near Morenci to Paulding. They got the movement now southeastward at 15 miles per hour. That definitely does increase the chances as you get towards Bowling Green. And that may be something we'll have to keep an eye out for southwestern Lucas County eventually. Defiance, Napoleon, Wauseon, Archbold, Swanton, Delta, Stryker, Liberty Center, Metamora, Lyons, Day, City of Florida, Evansport, Oakshade, Seward, Ridgeville Corners, Denson, and Assumption. So if you live in that blue box area, a polygon area, so that's what's going on for winds up to 40 miles per hour and some hail. Okay. Hail up to a half an inch. So that's the cluster we've been trying. That's the whole action right there. Okay, if you're in Lenawee County, it looks like the heaviest now beginning to move east of Adrian. And that special weather statement expires in 40 minutes at 1:30. So if it holds together until 1:30, they'll have to move that further eastward and southeastward. So we had thunderstorms rolling along the lakeshore east of Cleveland by Mentor, Paynesville. Okay. Again, we are live. The time being 12:51. Looks like that's straddling the shoreline there east of Cleveland. Dropping southward down towards Kent and Akron area, but just blowing up all over the place down there too. LaGrange, south of Lorraine. Nothing too far south as of yet to West Virginia yet. Okay, doke. Let's go to social media. See what we got going on here. Southeastward at 15, 1-5. Although I think I'm seeing more east southeast. I would assume that's true with the thunderstorms in the area to the east. I think the Browns are playing at 1 o'clock. Yeah, this stuff's going to come in on them pretty quick. This first batch will get them earlier, and then the second batch will get them later. And it has lightning, so they're going to have to stop. They'll stop the game. It does definitely have lightning with it, and they will not play in lightning. Matter of fact, they might even delay the start of that game because it's coming in quick on them. Probably within the hour. Yes, probably. Okay. It looks like there's a stronger part up in Michigan and a stronger part that just maybe a little bit of a here we go. Toledo bubble, no trouble. We'll just have to wait and see. That can very easily fill in. I'll be right back. everybody. We are back with you now. Okay, obviously tracking these storms coming in and moving across. They don't seem to me, to be quite as strong as they were a half an hour ago. But that being said, there's some pretty heavy storms. Let's do kind of a tour, see what we got going on here. The blue means special weather statements, okay? For winds of up to 40, 50 miles an hour, and also some hail about a half an inch in diameter. And looks like they've slowed down movement a little bit southeastward at 15 miles an hour. So let's kind of look around here. Let's go to Defiance County. Looks like they're growing to the west of Defiance. So you may have some action moving into Defiance now. Okay, have to keep an eye on that. Gee whiz, more stuff. Okay, all right. Move northeast for northern Defiance County near Napoleon. Okay, get some hail indications in there, about half an inch. Pretty much over Wauseon. Okay, there you have that. You got, looks like a cluster. Looks like it's intensifying now near the Swanton area. Okay, get ready to make a move into western areas of Lucas County. Let's head northward into Lenawee County. Okay, Adrian area looks like the worst is now south and east of you. You got Monroe, pretty much a nasty looking storm in the Monroe area. The heaviest being south and just north of Monroe near Frenchtown. Okay. Friends, people up in northern Michigan, if you're traveling up in that direction, it looks like the worst is now moving through the Thumb area, that line of storms. Okay. Mount Pleasant area, Standish, Tawas City, just south of Alpena. Okay. Bay City, Saginaw. Okay, by Cleveland, this is going down Cleveland Way. These storms are making a move on Cleveland. They got the Browns game at 1 o'clock. I would not be surprised if they delayed that because of the lightning. But we'll see. What is it now, 1 o'clock? All right. Severe thunderstorms near Mentor, Paynesville, moving along the shoreline. Nothing much by Canton. You got some by Canton trying to pop. Okay, back to home here. Growing as it approaches and gets into western Lucas County. Okay. Okay. Lacey, the storm chasing dog, getting all excited. She knows thunderstorms are in the area. Okay. Let me go check on her. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, we're back in the chair for you right now. Again, tracking that storm coming out of Fulton County. We'll see what that guy finally decides to do. Okay, it just looks like it's hanging in there, but not as strong as it was. Okay, it is not as strong as it was. It's kind of creeping along there, but it's allowing this energy back in here to kind of catch up with it. And that's kind of interesting. Okay. Okay. To the east, a lot of special weather statements going out. East of Cleveland, severe thunderstorm warning there. Okay. Near Medina, special weather statements. Nothing along the lakeshore yet by Port Clinton or Sandusky. Nothing yet. No, see any rotation. Nothing big. No. We got a little green and red going in here, but there's no coupling or anything. These appear to be just wind events. These are some good wind events. That one by Wasion up there, there's a lot of wind in there. Yeah, no sign of any rotation at all in any of this. Okay. Yeah, we noted that southeast tilt a while ago, and that appears to be exactly the case. Storms are moving into Lucas County from the west, passing near slightly north of Swanton. Yeah, storms in Defiance County are blowing up pretty good too. Let's see if we have anything new on the HER model here. If anything came in, and just about 4 frames. Let's see, that's the next few hours. That's like 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. You see, so I got to watch this whole thing trying to fill in right there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the RAFS model. Okay, let's re-rack it here. All right, now let's check it to you right now. Stop it real quick. Yeah, I mean, this model here, the RAF's really heavy along that lakeshore. And that's tonight. That is this afternoon. Severe weather outlook still the same. severe thunderstorm warnings near Strongsville. Okay, they just put out, like we figured, that severe thunderstorm watch to the east. Okay, to the east of Norwalk is severe thunderstorm watch. Right? I believe it has come across. No, it hasn't. My apology, it did not come across yet. Let me do something here. I think it's coming out. Nope, has not come out yet. Okay. That mix in the ground clutter has not come out. But it will. They're weakening a little bit. A little bit. Dark in Sylvania. I believe that. Hello, Fostoria. It looks like they are. It looks like Bowling Green is going to get this. Yeah. It is weakening, so that's good. But will it weaken enough where you won't get blasted? That's the thing in Bowling Green. I know you got the tractor pull going on there. The good news for Bowling Green, it has weakened a little bit. But it is going to rain. It is going to storm, you know. Let's go to future radar. Wait a second here. Okay. Come on back to me here real quick. Let me fix something up here real quick. No biggie deal. Okay. Okay. Coming back on here real quick. That's an hour from now. Boy, it's getting pretty messy because so many pieces of this thing. Yeah, next 15, 20 minutes will tell us what this is going to do, I think. We don't want that on there. No, we don't. Okay. I'll go check the sky out there. I'll be right back. everybody? Blizzard Bill here. Once again, we continue to track what's happening. During the past half hour, these storms have diminished in intensity. Okay, we talked about that possibility. These things blow up and then they fall down, and sometimes they can rebuild back up again. So we're going to be watching that. Looks like we're getting some secondary development back near Coldwater. We're going to keep an eye on that. Looks like just regular garden variety storms moving through Defiance County, even as we speak. Okay. Heaviest being near Napoleon to the north Napoleon, still heading towards Bowling Green. You got this real mix of showers and thunderstorms moving through Fulton County and then moving into Lucas County. Still have scattered storms near Adrian, especially south of Adrian, and near Monroe moving offshore. Nothing really yet near Port Clinton, Sandusky, although now we're getting some development near just south of Fremont. Okay? We'll keep an eye on that one. Take a full screen for you. Yeah, I do believe they're going to put a watch out to the east. I do. The fact that these have diminished here, I believe, takes a watch off the table for Toledo, Bowling Green, and Findlay for right now. I think it does. You might get an isolated warning being issued. That's true. It looks like they've reissued another and expanded this across Henry County. Excuse me. That's another special weather statement for the same thing, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. That would imply that maybe extreme southwestern Lucas County and especially Wood County might be next in line for that. Okay. So I got some storms out beginning to pop in southwestern Lucas County near White House. More storms developing by Hillsdale, give me slightly to the west, and they're also diving southeastward. What a mess to the east. Look at that. By Cleveland area. What a mess. All right, they have put out a watch. Okay, they did extend it back a little bit further west. Does not include Toledo, but just east of Toledo. It does include, I'll give you the Ottawa counties and Sandusky County and Port Clinton area, Norwalk, Tiffin. Okay, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. I'll give you the particulars here in a second. So they did back it up a little bit. Okay, they say till 4 p.m. What? What? Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second here. Okay, you're not going to believe this. I mean, you're not going to. Hold on here. Um, hold on. I'm gonna try to show you this. Okay, I can't show you that there. Okay, If you happen to be tracking this stuff, it's going to have the wrong date and time on it. It is. You're not going to believe this. My goodness. It says severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, I wish I could show this to you. I just can't without messing everything up. Okay, I got it here on my other computer. I got it in a couple places. I'm just caution you. I think the watch placement on the map is correct, but if you get some terminology, you see it on whatever. Severe thunderstorm watch, September 18th, 2025. Okay, from 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. Central Time. Okay, right, right. We know that, but exactly. But this has come across wrong in a text form, but it is correct in the mapping form. Okay, I just wanted to. It doesn't change anything that we're going to do here, but I just wanted to alert folks that see that sort of thing. Like you're wondering what the heck is going on. Okay, so that's what's going on. I find this really amusing. Oh man. So we're going to ignore that. But yeah, we got watches up for many counties. Let me pull something else here. This is so funny. Oh, just don't get fooled by that. Just letting you know. Oh, we gotta love computers, right? It's not only my computer. That's the way it's going out. Okay. So oh geez. So anyway, hold on. I'm gonna double checking something here. Oh man. Doesn't change anything as far as we're concerned, but it's just interesting. If you're watching, again, we got this watch has gone up, but it may come on a text form incorrect. Okay, for some folks. Okay, just wanted to kind of let you know that. Okay. Okay. Basically, what's going on? Okay, this is just too much. I got to watch out until 9 o'clock tonight. Okay, to the east. And let me pick some counties here for you just to make it official in our immediate area. Okay, Seneca County, Huron County, no surprise there. Ottawa County, yeah, everything we've talked about. Sandusky County, Crawford County, areas eastward. Okay. Oh, I just think this is too much. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, zoom in a bit closer here. Yeah, these are kind of yeah, okay, but the theory is they're going to intensify further eastward. Like that's everything that we've talked about. No surprise there. Okay, that watch is up from 2 p.m. That is a warning just went out. There you have right there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wood County. That would include Bowling Green. Yes, it would include Bowling Green. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, I give you the particulars on that. Although Wood County is not under a watch, you're under a warning because you're close enough to it, and that's that batch we're tracking back to the west there. So, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southwestern Wood County and extreme, yeah, that would be southwestern Wood County and extreme southwestern areas of Lucas County. Okay, right there where you see that yellow box flashing right there. Okay, severe thunderstorm was located over McClure, 9 miles east of Napoleon, moving east at 20. They've got it going east. Okay, that's a little bit better. That would be Bowling Green, Waterville, Weston, Haskins, Grand Rapids, Signet, Portage, Tentagony, Custer, Milton Center, and Nepopolis. Okay? So there's severe thunderstorm warning, and this is that cluster we have been tracking, seems like forever. We should give it a social security number. Okay? But we've been tracking this, and they finally pulled the trigger with it, and there it is right there. Let me look at it from a different angle here, get a different look. Yep, there you go. Okay? So severe thunderstorm warning. It goes right up to Waterville. Okay? South of Monclova is a warning. Okay. So there you have that one. Oh, I know, Lacey. I know. All exciting stuff for you. I know. I know. Okay. Okay. So things have unfolded pretty much like we thought on this stuff here. Okay. Okay. Defiance is not under a warning. You're under a special weather statement. No, no warning in Defiance. That's that second batch. That's that second batch. And gee, is there another batch? Yeah, there is. Back to the west. Okay. So this is a completely different cluster. I mean, this is like, yeah, the stuff in Indiana is still back there. It's that main front. That's the main front right there. See that? Right back in here. Okay. Okay. Whoop, hold on a second, please. Whoop. Okay. Busy little afternoon here. Say that much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's going to be more stuff developing within this watch area. You can clearly see that. Okay, next couple of hours. That warning does not include the Maumee area, does not include Perrysburg, does not include Holland, Ottawa Hills, although you got storms developing and increasing without a doubt. Okay? Right? Okay. The only warning on the board is the one in extreme southwestern areas of Lucas County and basically western areas of Wood County. That does include a Bowling Green tractor pull out there. Assuming this holds together, that's going to be on you guys within the next 15 minutes. So if you know anyone out there, hit the phone and let them know what the heck is going on. Would be a good thing to do. Okay. Okay, back to south here. Okay, to the east here a little bit. Storm in between Fremont and Clyde. Okay. So heaviest is going south of Lucas County. It is going to the south, but there are storms in Lucas County. Yeah, all the weather coming in, they might, but it's Saturday. They may. I don't know what you mean. We are going out in Bowling Green. I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. They got all afternoon to let this stuff pass. They can make it an evening game if they want. Okay. All right. Be back in 1 second. Okie dokie, everybody. Blizzard Bill, we are live. Had to get things situated out there in the old house. All right, here's the deal. We got this cluster of severe thunderstorms moving out of Henry County now into Wood County. Okay, and extreme southwestern Lucas County. That's you see on the map right there. Okay, all right, we've got that going on. So if you're in Bowling Green, assuming they don't fall apart, which these things go up and down all the time, it'll be moving into your area pretty quickly. Okay, as a matter of fact, the skies are probably getting pretty darn dark back to the west. Okay, hail, gusty winds, 50, 60, 65 mile an hour winds. All right, but there's a lot of thunderstorms in Lucas County. Okay, there's a lot of them. Not every one of them is severe, mind you. As a matter of fact, there's none once you get to the north of Waterville so far, but we have to keep an eye on these things with heavy rain, gusty winds, and the whole bit. Okay. Okay, as you drop your way to Henry County, east of Napoleon, near Providence, and that was where the biggest parts of the storms are with hail. That's a good hail core right there. If that holds together, hail is moving into Wood County. Okay. Now we're getting a secondary batch developing here across Hillsdale County. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on that one. Okay. Now you also have some thunderstorms across Monroe County. Okay. Going northward, this is all part of that front that we talked about. It's trying to connect from the thumb area all the way down into Hillsdale County. It's trying to fill in. All right. Cold front. Okay. Now go towards Cleveland area, then we'll work our way back. Yeah, the game is in a rain delay. I don't know if they should cancel it or not because there's a big break, huge break coming in behind it. So they may not cancel that. They may not. If anyone hears anything, kind of let me know. Okay, about that. Okay. Okay. There is another cluster coming into southern Michigan. Was one of the questions right there. Now moving across Hillsdale County. Okay, watching the storm with a severe thunderstorm watch in effect now to the east of Fremont and to the north of Clyde. Not severe yet, but it's there. We're going to watch it. Getting some action here across northern Paulding County and eastern areas of Defiance County. Okay, and that pretty much is it. There's absolutely no development back here to the west at all, not even a hint. Okay. So this last batch is the last batch. But of main concern now is this first batch for us. Okay. All right. Look back from Cleveland Way again. Look at this way here. So it's pretty darn close to Bowling Green. Tractor pull. Yeah, Ron doesn't think they're going to wait all day. They don't have to. This stuff is going through them right now. Maybe they'll want to get a couple of quarters in before another batch comes in, but they got a big break. They got a real big break happening here. Cleveland is. I mean, the game's delayed right now, but let's go back over here. Yeah, if they ride this out, it's going to end, and they'll be in this big dry spot. So we'll see if they stick with it. Who are they playing? Who are they playing in the preseason? Okay, Raining in Swanton. Okay, talked about that. Okay, the Bills. Oh, boy, that was a regular season game. That'd be pretty good to watch. They'll probably sneak that in. We at least get something in. This will move by them pretty quick. They got a good crowd there. They give it an hour, it'll be gone, and then they'll have to see if anything pops in here. This stuff will get there a little bit later on though, but by then they'll get we'll get some game in. Okay. Obviously, our concern is this line of severe thunderstorms coming into Wood County, Bowling Green area. Okay. So if you're in Bowling Green, that's heading in your direction. That's coming pretty quick now. Should be over Bowling Green here pretty soon. Let's go to future radar. Let's kick it out 1 hour here. Yeah, right over Bowling Green, heading towards Woodville. See about Cleveland area. See, I mean, it's a big break. You get Cleveland up here, you can see it better. Yeah, I went past it. Okay. There we go. And that's an hour from that hour. See, it moves away. Okay, the storms are moving out of Henry County. Let me see here real quick what they did for that. Yeah, now the warning is in Wood County. Not hearing anything yet. Okay, well keep your eyes open to the west, northwest. Oh my goodness, students are moving into the dorms. Oh my! But the good news is, well, let me see. Well, this will go by, and it'll be a little bit behind it. But I think this will be all gone in a couple of hours anyway. I do. I think the late afternoon towards the evening will be a lot better. But I know the timing of this is not that good. Okay, getting some stuff here over eastern Lucas County now. Don't want to forget about that. Toledo to the lakeshore. So what you can expect in Bowling Green when this hits, um, a pretty big blast of wind initially, and then the wind will calm down a little bit, and you'll get into the heavy rain, the thunder, and the lightning. But you're going to get a pretty good gust front when this thing goes by. Okay. Well, right now in the Cleveland area, the stuff is moving away. The batch you had is going to move away. Okay. But there may be some more trying to come in a little bit later on. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. But this stuff is moving away from Cleveland. Okay. I think the Browns football game, they'll probably start it here. They should, because there's really nothing downstream yet. Maybe in an hour, hour and a half. Okay, but they can get some players some playing time there. The preseason game. They started pouring at Garden Road and McCord. Okay. Let me go take a look at what I got going on here. Right back. Hello, everybody. We are back with you again. Hold on one quick second here. I plug in a couple of charging devices. We have a special weather statement going out for Hillsdale County. Okay. We'll get into that in just about 10 seconds or so. Okay, that's okay there. Hold on real quick here. Okay. All right. Now, all right, let's get into this now. Back, what we got going on here. Again, you guys have a pretty hefty storm here in Hillsdale County. Special weather statement going out for Hillsdale County. Let me see what the particulars are. Let's see. Hillsdale, Jonesville, Somerset. You get the idea. Shady Side. Okay, winds up to 40 miles an hour, moving eastward at 25 miles per hour. Okay, that was that second batch we talked about. Okay, going back to this here, moving right into Bowling Green even as we speak. Okay. Yeah, this is a very quick moving storm. They are. I think the whole area is going to look a lot better here in a couple of hours when this front finally goes on by. I do. Okay. But you can see I'm going to tour a little bit of a tour around for you. See? Okay. A storm over Hillsdale County may make it into Lenawee County. We'll see if it's going any southeaster. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Lucas County, pretty much snaking from the lakeshore through downtown Toledo and down to the south. Looks like the driest part is the extreme northwest corner of Lucas County. Okay. All right. Dropping southward into extreme southern areas of Lucas County. Okay. But especially northwestern areas of Wood County. Okay. Going to the south of Napoleon. Okay. Paulding near Arthur, east of Paulding. Interesting little development here across Indiana. That may head into Paulding County. I don't see much in Defiance County. A step back to the west may dive just to the south. Back over here to Cleveland again. Storms now clearing the Cleveland area. Okay. They got a big gap in the rain. Northern Michigan, a couple of thunderstorms up here, and the instability air mass behind. This develops behind the cold front. We may see some of that tomorrow. When you get the cooler air come in, you get the sunshine, and these things could pop tomorrow. And they're notorious for popping water spouts too. So we could have an issue with that. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay. But as we kind of cruise around what's going on, moving offshore from Alpena, Bay City, Saginaw, now east of Mount Pleasant. We got flood advisory for Washtenaw County by Ann Arbor. Heavy rain they've had. Some cells over here, some thunderstorms. Again, behind the front or along the front. There's a severe thunderstorm watch. Goes into West Virginia, basically Huntington area north. Special weather statement has gone out now for some portions of Ohio, south of Zanesville. Okay. So it should be dark in Bowling Green now, raining moving into Bowling Green even as we speak. Students moving into the dorms, tractor pull. Uh, I, I think it'll miss you the next one. There's a couple of showers back there though. We got thunder in Maumee. You got sprinkles in Perrysburg. All right. Well, looks like that storm in Hillsdale County, if it continues pushing eastward, may become a factor in Lenawee County. Let's see, what's all this? This may be a mesoscale discussion going out for some heavy rain. To see flashing on the screen, especially east of 75. Okay, here's what the discussion is. Multiple rounds of scattered thunderstorms capable of producing an inch to an inch and a half of rain, uh, resulting in widely scattered spots of an inch and a half to 2.5 inches. Flash flooding is possible this afternoon. Okay, that would be in the what you see there on your screen flashing there. Goes satellite shows broad long wave trough across the Great Lakes. Blah 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 blah. Hold on. Hold on. We're right with you. Okay, what's basically going on? Everything that we've been talking about, all these things coming together. Okay, there's just so many things coming together in the Great Lakes upper level storm system. This is kind of interesting back here to the northwest. I really seem to think where we may have to contend with that tomorrow. Okay, I really do. This stuff back up in here. Okay, because we're going to be in this air mass tomorrow. And as this low pressure spins like this, we may get some of that stuff tomorrow, especially in the afternoon and evening hours. But we'll worry about that tomorrow. Let me clear a couple things off the screen here so we can all see it better. Boom, boom, boom. Clear that out right there. Okay. All right, there. Come in here. Come in here. Okay. The warning is now basically for the Bowling Green area. It's been trimmed back a little bit in western Wood County. We have going here. Severe thunderstorm warning now for eastern Lucas County. A severe thunderstorm warning right there, Harborview. Let me get over to that real quick. Tell you what, yeah, I can see the storm there. Okay, hold on, brand new. Okay. Severe thunderstorm over Oregon, 7 miles east of Toledo, moving northeast at 20, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possibility. Okay. That's that cell you see right there in the center of your screen. So eastern Lucas County. Toledo, Oregon, Harborview, and Rhino Beach. Moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. I'm not seeing northeast. Let me see. And eastward, which means offshore, that could be an issue for boaters and fishermen. But we have this severe storm over eastern Lucas County. I think the heaviest is east of downtown Toledo. Okay. I'm going to try to clear off this map a little bit here. Gee whiz. How many things going on here? Hold on. Okay. I'm going to take this for thunderstorm watch out. We all know it's out. Okay. I think that helps us out a little bit there. Okay. Pull this out here. Here. This is severe thunderstorm warnings. Right there. Eastern Lucas County. See it right there? Okay. Eastern Lucas County under severe thunderstorm warnings. Special marine warning offshore for 40-knot winds. So that's the storms are going to be moving offshore. Dropping south, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bowling Green area. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, you got to go in real tight to show Perrysburg. I'll get to that in a second. There's severe thunderstorm warning for Wood County. Special weather statement there for Hillsdale County. Keep an eye and alert for Lenawee County. Radar coming tight. Okay, there's Perrysburg right there. Okay. There is no severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Perrysburg. Okay. If you have a weather radio or something, and that may be because of what you're seeing here in eastern Lucas County right there. Okay. But again, there's no severe thunderstorm warning. Let me clear this off real quick here for Perrysburg area. Hold on real quick here. Now that's your warnings right there. Okay. But if you have a weather radio or something, and the fact that eastern Lucas County is under warning, it may hit the whole county. Just be aware of that. Okay. And the same thing for Wood County. Okay. So you may be hearing that coming in from Wood County. Okay. Okay. All right. There's a radar there. Pushing into Bowling Green now. It's not as strong as it was, but it's still doing pretty good. All right. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Do a couple things over there. Okay. Heavy rain and wind in Perrysburg. Thank you very much. There's some nasty looking storm here by Harborview. Moving offshore. Remember, we said keep an eye on in between the watch to the east and what's coming in from the west. That's exactly where this stuff is blowing up at. Okay. All right. If you expand this whole thing out, you can just see how expansive it is. Okay, zeroing in back here. Okay. Okay, we are here, still tracking everything here. I know special weather statement is going to affect now for Lenawee County. You see it blinking on your screen there. That's for the storms in Hillsdale County, moving eastward, and winds of about 40 miles an hour can be expected. Hmm. Yeah, Lenawee County tracking storms moving near Hudson to Pioneer, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Winds may gust up to about 40 miles per hour. Should be in Adrian by about 2:30 in about 15 minutes. Okay. Storm here coming. Looks like moving towards Sandusky, but I don't. Just a brief downpour here. Okay. Okay. All right. It looks like a little bit weaker over Wood County. See if we got any hail in here. Yep, right there. Your harbor view. So this is hail. Yeah, the storm has really, as it came out of Henry County into Bowling Green, has even lost a lot of its hail signatures. Okay, so the hail core is down considerably with the one in Wood County. Okay, No rotation, just gusty winds. Okay. Try to pick up the heaviest rain coming through on these things. I have to do a couple of like a composite for it. Oh, can't do it that way. Northern Henry County. It looks like the warning for Wood County is now a special weather statement. So the warning is now a special weather statement as the storms are weakening in Wood County. So it transitions over from a warning to a special weather statement. Let me read that to you. Okay. Okay, strong thunderstorm will impact southern Wood County. Radar tracking a strong thunderstorm over Weston or 9 miles west of Bowling Green, moving east at 20. So it's no longer rated severe, it is rated strong. Winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Bowling Green, North Baltimore, Weston, Bradner, Grand Rapids, Wayne, Bloomdale, Rising Sun, Signet, Portage, Jerry City, Tentagony, Whiteville, Custer, West Millgrove, um, Milton Center, and Bardstown. Okay, so it's transitioned from a severe thunderstorm over to a special weather statement. So it's down a notch, but still at 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Okay. All right. Ron reports the Browns game. Who's playing quarterback? I mean, who's number one? Have they made that decision yet? I hear Watson. Is it Watson or Shamor? So who's playing today? Talking about Port Clinton. I don't see a lot for Port Clinton yet. I mean, we'll wait and see. What there's a lot of stuff going on here. There really, really is. I mean, I'll pull this out here real quick, and I know it's a weird thing going on here. Let me do this here, which we would expect anyway. Okay. Let me see what I can come up with here for you. Okay. I got it. You got this first batch that went through. Then you got this batch here coming through. And you got another batch in here coming through. Okay? That's what's going on. So, this stuff here, question was about Port Clinton. Well, this is weakening, I believe. That could come along the shoreline next hour. And you got this stuff here, which is getting stronger. That's going eastward. That should dive southeastward. So that can move. That can move into Lucas County. Okay. Okay, Sanders. Yeah. Okay. Little storm. Yeah. You're right. About the Hancock County right there, south of Findlay, and that should stay south of Findlay. That could be near Tiffin. We'll just have to wait and see what that does. That's why I said any area down in here could pop. And this first line we said would miss Finley, indeed it has. Now you're in the second line of storms. Jeez. Again, eastern Lucas County, right up in here, east of Oregon. It's raining all over the place. Okay. All right. Okay. And you know the comments here, up and there, there. Okay, there. Okay, by Cleveland, where the Browns are playing. I see the Lions are playing the Commanders. Yeah, rain going north of Cleveland into the lake. It should be okay for a while. Okay. Again, the warnings for Wood County no longer in effect, remain in effect for eastern areas of Lucas County until that storm moves offshore. And we have a flood advisory. Okay, let me check this out on the other computer. There's a flood advisory now for Toledo. Till 5:15. Looks like an inch to an inch and a half of rain has already fallen. Okay, across the portions of Lucas County, Toledo to the lakeshore. Toledo, Oregon, Ottawa Hills, Harborview. So northeastern Lucas County in effect till 5:15. Okay, 5:15. And this is why. Storms are moving from Hillsdale County now into Lenawee County. Keep an eye on that one coming across. No indication of anything behind this afternoon. Behind that right there, that's your front. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll have to keep an eye on what happens. There may be some um, instability coming down in the cool air um, over Lake Erie. Something to watch. Okay. So what do we have going on here? Let's kind of do a quick recap. Okay. Special weather statements for the storms coming out of Hillsdale County into Lenawee County. Winds of 40, 45, maybe 50 mile an hour. Severe thunderstorm warning has been replaced by a special weather statement. All right, for central and southern areas of Wood County, including Bowling Green. All the weather east of Cleveland now. The Browns are playing football preseason. Special marine warning offshore. Not much in Lasky. Let's read something else. Lasky and Lewis area. Yeah, you're in a dry wedge now. We'll see if there's stuff coming in from the west that hits you. A little over an inch of rain. Well, there you have it. Yeah, that matches very well with some of the statements we're getting out. Be right back. We are back, tracking everything. Be back in a second. Alrighty, everybody, as we continue to track what's going on out there in the weather pattern, to me it looks like special weather statements are handling this rather nicely. Okay, pretty much like we thought. There's one more batch coming across, and I think since the atmosphere has been worked over a little bit now, you're going to be seeing this third batch coming through, probably not really intensifying. I don't think it probably would. I think we have worked over the atmosphere enough here now. You will have your scattered showers and thunderstorms out there. You will. Thunder and lightning and maybe some locally heavy rain. The special weather statement now has been uh, expired across Hillsdale County. And those storms look like they are um, weakening just a little bit as they get into Lenawee County. The storms over Lucas County, the warning is no longer in effect for Lucas County. Matter of fact, let me do this over here real quick. And that's going to be coming off the board. Yep, the warning is off the board now for Lucas County, except for the flood advisory. So we only have three things going on now. You got a special weather statement for Lenawee County, special weather statement in blue, you see on the map, that would be in Wood County. You have a flood advisory for northeastern Lucas County, including Toledo, for an inch and a half of rain that has fallen down. Okay. You got a special marine warning offshore from Lucas County. Okay. As you go towards Cleveland area, the storms are well east of Cleveland and in the lake and near Youngstown. Canton area has a special weather statement. You got some severe thunderstorms near Athens, also near in West Virginia, Hamlin area, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. All right. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for, that's probably going to be Lincoln County. Let me see here. Should be. Yeah, Lincoln County, Putnam County, Quad County, and Kanawha County, and Campbell County. That's all right. So that's what's happening in West Virginia. Special weather statements also in effect for those folks there. Northeast of Cincinnati near Wilmington, severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it's kind of like a checkerboard. These things are just scattered all over the place. Up northward, you have by Lansing, special weather statements. Saginaw, special weather statements. Okay. Closer to home and near Weston, looks like the heaviest here now is settling to the south of Bowling Green. Bowling Green should be ending. Here's another special weather statement that just went out for Paulding County. Get over and read the particulars on that one. Winds gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour. Paulding, Payne, Grover Hill, Melrose. Storms are moving southeast at 25 miles per hour, 13 miles south of Hicksville or near Payne. Matches very nicely what we're talking about. So now you have that one that's coming into play. That's the third and final cluster of thunderstorms. Number 1 is here. Number 2 is in the center here. And number 3 is here. And there will not be a number 4. There will not be a number 4. Now, tomorrow we may get a little bit of stuff off of Lake Erie. Weird stuff happens. All right, you bring down these pockets of cool air. Okay? But we'll deal with that tomorrow. So basically, there's a break in the action in Lucas County now. You've got another batch coming in. This will be batch number 3. Okay? We just counted them on the board for you. There's another batch. It looks like it's going eastward. Again, over Wood County, over Fulton County. But you got to figure with this batch here has really worked over the atmosphere. So I think batch number 3 could hold its own, but I would not be surprised to see that weaken because it's going to hit this worked over air. But hey, it's hanging in there. It's got the front with it. That is the actual front. It may have a little bit more kick. Excuse me. Okay. So without a doubt, 3 batches. Really interesting though. When you look at this, you had number 1, then you got a bit of a break. Had number 2. There's a little bit of a break. You got number 3. And then of course here's the big break right back in here as far as we're concerned. Okay. Yeah, I think what's going on here, Ron. Excuse me. I lose my voice all over the place today. If you recall, let me unlock this. Right when the storms approached Bowling Green, okay, you see, you're on that northeast quadrant. It just fell apart. It was much stronger. That's why I kept saying, looks like it's weakening. Indeed, it has, and indeed it did. Okay, so I think that's what happened. Why you wound up on the lighter side, which is okay. You don't want anything severe anyway. I mean, you don't. This stuff, see, everything's weakening now. The atmosphere has got its butt beat. Okay, this stuff here, getting into Van Wert County. Same thing like what happened with Henry County and Wood County. These storms look really big. Remember I said about an hour ago, these things blow up and diminish, up and down. If you're in the upswing, then you got a pretty good severe storm. But if you get the downswing of it, the storm is weakening. You get less rain, you get definitely less wind, and you get less in the way of lightning. So that's what's happening here. So I would not, although down here has not been worked over very much. So this stuff here by Paulding and soon to be Van Wert County, and this could become a Lima issue. Lima, you got to keep an eye on that, okay? Because you've had nothing all day. You've had nothing. So I would not be surprised if you wind up getting that line intact, okay? This is getting to be a little surprising here, but it's along that front. So you have a little bit more oomph to it because it is definitely along that frontal boundary. And if you're along that front, then you're going to get more of a kick, more lift. Okay? I see we're getting some stuff rebuilding in Defiance County. Definitely diving southeast. So Bowling Green will have to keep an eye on this stuff up in Fulton County again. But again, this is the front this time. This isn't the air mass in front of the front, which is subject to all this weird up and down and up and down and up and down. I mean, you got the front, okay? This may have a better chance of holding together, but the fact that it's going into that rain cooled air and in front of it, wow, you know, this stuff here west of Oak Harbor, I don't see anything to get excited about here. I just don't, not yet. Okay. See what happens here, okay? And we do run into this a lot. I mean, every place does. We got to keep going back and explaining everything. Okay. Let me fix this real quick here. Okay. So the severe thunderstorm watch, large area watch. If I get it to pop on for us. I know what to do. Hold on. Okay. What happens with the general public, you got this big watch. Okay. Big watch. Severe thunderstorm watch. Roughly. Not every place in that watch is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. And if it was a tornado watch, it'd be the same thing. Not every place in that tornado or severe thunderstorm watch or winter storm watch, if you prefer, okay, gets the big stuff. I mean, it's not 100%. It's not 100% in this area that you get severe thunderstorms. And then you have individual thunderstorms breaking out back to the west, which we talked about. But this is what people think. They go, oh boy, everyone's going to get nailed in every single county, every single rooftop, every single street light. No, no. That's what messes some people up sometimes. Hey, there's a watch, see? That doesn't mean everybody in that watch is gonna get it, but people will. Okay? And even Lacey agrees. She do agree. Okay? All right, zoom in a bit tighter here. Okay. Yeah, see, that stuff over Wood County is just crashing. Don't be surprised if Fulton County gets a special weather statement with that thing diving right in from the northwest. Okay? So it ain't quite over yet. It's like lightning increasing now in Fulton County. Again, that's along that front. Okay? Right in there. That's your front right there. All right, so what else we got here? And remember, whenever Weather Service puts out, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, whatever, that's at that given time, right when the warning was issued. I mean, it could fall apart or even get stronger 10 minutes from when the warning goes out. It's like a pretty good rain now over Morenci. Wasion's like, what? Another one? If this holds together, again, but it being the cold front, yes, that would help. And but the rain cool there in front of it, it's not getting stronger yet, but that's going to move into Lucas County. Okay. Okay, our forecast map out. Just look at all that stuff. I just find this really interesting up in here because we're going to be in this air mass tomorrow. Which you see up here, we're going to be in that. So you have to carry a chance of showers and clouds moving in tomorrow. You have to. Okay? Okay. Look at that. I mean, if you're in Wood County, I mean, it rained at the tractor pull and the students moving in, that's true. But boy, does that look completely different now than it did an hour ago, even 45 minutes ago. Look at that. See the colors fading, it's just falling apart. Now, Defiance, you got the stuff coming in from the west. I do not anticipate this to be severe, but another round of dark, and it's all part of that third batch coming in. This is probably almost merged, to be honest with you. Paulding County, again, that's diving southeastward into Van Wert County. Rumbling in Adrian. Yep. Although the heaviest is going to go to your south. I do admit that. The heaviest is going to go south of Adrian. Okay? You got some lightning, yes. You got some rumbles of thunder, yes. Okay? But the heaviest will be south. So up here in Jackson County, that's diving southeast. Gee whiz, can we make it any more? I mean, I have to watch that too in Jackson County going southeast. Okay. Sun's out in Napoleon. I believe you're right in that little gap. You're in between the two. Okay, you're right in between the two. Well, second and third batch. Huh. Show you this interesting satellite photo. Okay. Gee whiz. Okay. All right. Here's number one right in here. Okay. See that right there by Cleveland. Then you got that break. See that right there? That's the break that's moved over so the Browns can get their preseason game in right there. See it? Okay. Then here's number two right in here, and number three is right behind it, right there. See it? Got number one here. Break. Number two. Now, right in between 2 and 3, right there, there's a little wedge where the sun comes out. See that right in there? Right there. So a teeny little wedge. Might last, 5, 10 minutes, wherever. Okay? And then quickly filling in. Now, behind it, this is your front. This is your front going through right now. Number 3. 1, 2, 3. Number 3, right there. Okay? I would not be surprised. What is it, 3 o'clock this afternoon, 10 to 3? This batch goes through and the sun comes out. I would not be surprised if you have a fair amount of sunshine this evening, okay, before sunset. And we'll be in this type of air mass up here tomorrow, where it's spotty showers here, right here, pouring south, the winds from the north to the south, southeast. We're going to be up in the here tomorrow. This air mass here will be on top of us. What this looks like here is what it's going to look like tomorrow afternoon here. Okay? And you can get embedded thunderstorms in here. You can get some water spouts in here. Not a lot of coverage, but I really seem to think that's going to happen. But anyway, back on the close to the home, I think the sun is going to come out. I do. I think you're going to get sun before sunset. Once this other batch number 3 goes through. Okay? Okay. Yeah, I think so. There's a little bit of a wedge. I'll go to radar coming in from the back. A little bit. Right there. That's all that's left. You got to get this through. You're right there. And then that would be it. Okay? Once that goes through, that'll be it. So sit tight. Another hour, hour and a half. That stuff will go through, and that'll be it. And I think you'll get sunshine towards the evening hours. Okay? You're not seeing, guess not seeing Jackson now. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. But this stuff in Jackson is trying to dive southeast. It's all part of that number 3. It's all part of that front. So wherever this dives southeast could get into Monroe County. This stuff here over Fulton County probably going to come right into Lucas County. You get the idea. Okay? Then we got to get behind that. You get behind that, you're going to be okay. Okay? I really don't see anything severe. I don't, not right now. I see some gusty winds. We're talking about Delta, back to the northwest. Another round, and we're going to get to the tail end of this here pretty soon. We are. Okay? No, there's nothing behind the front. No. You got to get the whole front kind of wavy coming down, but no, there really isn't. No. You got a little bit over Hillsdale County, but we're going to say it's all part of the same thing. See, it's diving southeast. You got to get all this, once this front goes by, that's it. Once this whole is along the front, once the whole thing goes by, that's it. And think back to the satellite photo. You're going to see, I think everybody's going to see sunshine. This whole big clear spot right there, that's going to slide in. Okay? Around evening. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, the Jackson County stuff, that's all part of that front. It really is. But it is diving southeastward. Let me get back to the radar. Yeah, we can't sleep on that. Right now, that would move through right over Jackson, maybe just the north of Adrian, and heading towards Monroe County. Might even get into eastern Lucas County. It's going southeast. but that's all part of that front. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. Be right back. Okie dokie, everybody. We are back again, right? Back and forth, back and forth. What you see on the bottom here? Let me go ahead and flip this position here. That works out. Oh, I can't do it that way. Okay, do it this way. Oh. Excuse me. What you're seeing is a big clear spot that's going to be coming in from the northwest behind, finally, excuse me, this last cluster of storms. Hold on. Excuse me. And then remember, tomorrow we're going to have to be in this air mass up into here, this being the satellite photo, and very cool, unstable air in the afternoon. And that's notorious for developing these clouds. Okay, so this will give you a hint of what it's going to be like tomorrow. It's not going to rain all the time, all right, that sort of thing. But I think that's going to happen. Now, looking ahead to tonight, this evening, again, you got the three clusters, 1, 2, and 3, a break in between them, and we have to get this one more batch here to go through us, right there. Okay, you see it right there. Okay, we got to get that to go through us. And it's already cleared out rather nicely across northern Indiana and southwest Michigan. So it's diving southeast. You figure, 3 o'clock, 40 miles an hour, 80 miles, 120 miles, 3 hours. Yeah, this will be about 120 miles further east. So especially Toledo west, I think the sun will come out, maybe a push to get it to clear by Port Clinton before sunset. But I do think there is a big clearing trend coming in behind all of this stuff. Okay. Now again, the storms are holding together as they're coming out of Fulton County. Just kind of heads up. Uh, Here we go again. This other round is coming right into Lucas County. Okay. You got this other final stuff here, all part of that deal behind it. Okay. Then finally we get the push. So we're going to watch that. Watching this stuff in Jackson County. Should stay north of Adrian, but it's worth watching. Okay. Special weather statement no longer in effect for Lenawee County, and that's for good reason. It's not there anymore. Okay. Going to the east, you got stuff north of Oak Harbor. Okay. North of Oak Harbor there, not severe. Okay. Couple of showers developing in the islands area. Nothing like the thunder boomers we were tracking in the middle of the night. Was that 2 or 3 in the morning? Okay. But it's there. Put a little motion in it for you. Been on this cut in for 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds. Live. Oh my goodness. Okay, anyway. Towards Cleveland, yeah, they're playing the game, no problem there. They're in that big dry spot we talked about. Okay. 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 It's Eastern Ohio here. Okay. Earlier today, someone asked me about Columbus. Here's the Columbus storms we talked about. Moving into northern Van Wert County. If they hold together, get towards Lima. They'll make it to Lima if they hold together. Okay, what do we have out here now in the way of any warnings? You got the special weather statement for Paulding County, flood advisory for Lucas County, northeastern Lucas County, and a bunch of stuff located south of Cleveland. Okay. Flood advisory to the east of flash flood warning, I should say, east of Cleveland. So Lucas County, assuming that holds together, which is always questionable in this type of deal, but that whole thing you see there is the front. Not too often. I mean, asking about the storms in Lenawee County, moving to Lucas County often. Usually it's southwest and northeast or west to east. But, this type of weather pattern we're in, we've seen a lot of that this year. It's worked to our advantage when you get these southeastward dives. And a lot of that is because of the big heat domes, big ridge of high pressure out west and up in Canada. It helps to create this trough of low pressure down across eastern Canada and the Great Lakes. So the storms turn more towards the southeast, kind of like a roller coaster. And how it's worked in our advantage, you heard about all the rain in central Ohio and central Indiana. That very well could have been sitting on top of our area, but it got shifted for a push farther south. Good question, though. But in today's case, yes. Okay. Okay. Let me do something I have to do here real quick. I'll be back. Okie dokie, everybody. Here we are once again after 3 hours and 17 minutes of this continuous coverage here. And you can see we have this batch of storms now coming out of Fulton County again, and not rated severe. Okay. And all this is part of that last batch of stuff here that's going to be moving through. And then we'll patiently wait and see about a clearing trend. So let's go ahead and do a radar tour and see what's going on. Okay, you got some stuff here by Oak Harbor. That is moving in an easterly direction, and that will be moving towards Port Clinton. Okay, and perhaps even the islands area within the next hour. So that is moving in your direction and possibly getting into Sandusky. Okay, as long as it maintains that easterly movement, then you'll get a break, and then you'll probably get the third batch here. Okay, so areas eastward have two more batches to go through. That's assuming they don't fall apart. Okay, and which they've been doing a lot of that and forming and back and forth. Okay, notice the stuff over Hillsdale County is now starting to fizzle. That's the dry air that is working its way in from the west. Okay, okay. Now, as we get towards the Findlay area, north of Findlay, near North Baltimore, excuse me, we got these storms moving north of Findlay, North Baltimore, probably for Astoria. But just because I mentioned your town's name doesn't mean you're getting severe weather. That means you got the rain coming in. Okay, okay, okay. So I wanted to let you know about that. Nothing back to the west here. Let me do something over here. Yep, I think we're doing like we thought. Let's bounce over to satellite photo. Okay, and you can see that last little cluster right in here with the front. Okay, there's number one batch here, break. Number two batch, that's moved eastward. That's one moving through Port Clinton, towards Port Clinton now. A little bit of a couple of rays of sun right in here. Okay, that's the third batch right in there. That's your front. Behind the front, drier air is working its way in. Okay, working its way in. I think the sun will come out before sunset, especially Toledo West. Eastward, it might be a push, okay, to get it to you guys. Notice what's happening in the air mass up to the north. We're going to be in that tomorrow. The sun comes out, and then the clouds up again. The sun comes out, and the clouds up again. All that kind of good stuff. Okay. Okay. That's tomorrow, right there in Wisconsin. See it? But worry about that later. Okay. Let's see what this is here. Oh, are you asking the doggy's name? Oh, that's Lacey, the storm chasing dog. Oh, wait a second here. Wait a minute here. Okie dokie. There you have it. All righty. All right, here's the latest radar summary again, tracking the stuff coming out of Fulton County. Rain, thunder, and the whole bit, moving steadily in that easterly direction. I don't see much of a southeast movement there. Looks like it's turned more easterly. See it right there, past couple frames? All right, which means it's going to roll right into Lucas County here within the next 15 minutes, something like that. Next 15 minutes. Okay. Which see over Toledo is a flood advisory right here. Okay, expire in a couple of hours, but it looks like this heavier rain may just miss downtown Toledo, which is good because they've had enough. Okay, so that may be more of a central and southern Lucas County, a little bit different than the other batch was. Okay, I think things are starting to come down considerably in Michigan. Hillsdale County storms are fizzling, which we would expect. The stuff is moving south of Adrian. Handwriting is on the wall. Okay, the big clearing trend is located back in here, and that clearing trend is moving in. Okay, that's the clearing trend moving in. Okay, okay. Okay. Moving right into Port Clinton. All righty. Well, there you go. Special weather statement. I was waiting for that. Just came out. There it is. Flashing on your screen even as we speak. Okay. The next batch. Let me go ahead and pull it up over here. Okay. There you go. Strong thunderstorm will impact northern Wood and southwestern Lucas County through 4 p.m. Okay. All right. About right. Okay. Okay. Moving east at 35 miles an hour near Swanton. Okay. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, pea-sized hail. Toledo, Bowling Green, Swanton, Perrysburg, Roxford, Waterville, Northwood, White House, Holland, Maumee, Walbridge, Pemberville, Millbury, Haskins, Lucky, Bradner, Grand Rapids, Waynes, Antogany, and Nepopolis. I'm pronouncing that one right. Okay, now let's go take a look at this here. We have done this rodeo before. Okay. I think it's got a good path on it. It looks pretty good so far as the path is concerned. But I'm going to caution everybody the atmosphere has been worked over, and these things could fall on their butt real quick. Okay? They really could. Okay? And we're just going to keep watching for any signs of it weakening. That's what happened to Bowling Green. There's rain in Bowling Green, sure. All right. Folks are moving into the dorms Bowling Green, and they had the tractor pull, sure, and they got rain and lightning, whatever, but it weakened like 10 miles outside of town. It just fell apart. Okay, well, here we are. Another big blob coming in along the frontal boundary, and before we get the push of drier air to come in behind it for this evening. Okay, so we'll wait and see. We'll see if that does indeed hold together for us. Pull out here a little bit. You got that stuff moving towards Port Clinton, right there. I mean, right smack towards Port Clinton. Okay. 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 Hold on a second here, real quick here. Okay. Try to get your Port Clinton camera here. Huh. Not the best in Port Clinton. Okay, I'll show you what I got. Yeah, I get smacked around pretty good there. That's Port Clinton. That's batch number 2 going through Port Clinton. 2 in the whole scheme of things. I think this is the first batch for you guys, but this really is part of batch number 2. There's that poor boat. Wilbur, man, what's up with that? 2 weeks, some of that. Come on, things gonna tip on his side, man. At what point if it sits out there, can anyone go out and grab it? I mean, is there a salvage or something? I don't know. Definitely less humidity in Finley. It's raining on the camera there. Okay. Again, storms crossing now into Lucas County. Okay. All righty. Pretty good amount of lightning and thunder. Will that make it to Bowling Green? Looks like it is. Pretty much over Swanton. Excuse me. All out here. Back in a minute. Okay, okay. As we continue to track these final batch of storms coming in from the west. Okay. All right. Let me take you back over to Port Clinton real quick. We'll get back as is going on there with that batch coming through. Okay. Yeah, my suspicions are um, with this air mass being worked over as much as it has been, um, we're just going to have a hard time keeping that stuff going. Okay. I think it's going to start weakening here a little bit. You will get rain. You will get some thunder. You will get some lightning. Okay. Matter of fact, a pretty good amount of lightning strokes on there. Got that stuff in Van Wert County diving southeastward. Looks like heading towards Lima. One more push coming through Paulding County, and that'll be it behind that. This stuff in Jackson County is definitely trying to make a move on northern Lenawee County. Remember we pointed that out? It's all part of that third final push. This whole deal right in here is that big final push. So anything in here is number three. We're just gonna call it number three. Okay? So you may get popped with some more of that up in northern Lenawee County. You might even get to Adrian. Okay? And that could even make it down in Toledo. A stuff up in Jackson County. If not Toledo, Monroe County. If it can hold together. Okay? So this whole thing here is number three. You can almost say 3A, 3B, but right in here. That whole deal. Okay? But now this is crossover now into Lucas County. Okay? Not looking at anything severe. Okay? Finley's got a few things in there down there now, north of Finley. You don't have much. You got this little stuff back here. Okay? I think this stuff up here is going to stay north of you a little bit. This is not really your day. You got this stuff here, but it's going southeast. So unless something develops, I do not think you'll see much. But right in here, here and here, basically all part of that frontal deal in here. These are all diving. Let me fix this up real quick. Whoop. diving southeast. This is diving southeast also. Something to watch up in here. Okay. Yeah, it's like we said, everything would be north of Finley today. I think someone asked me that 3 hours ago. I don't think it was you, but we said the bulk of this is going to stay north of Finley. Indeed, it has. You might get a little bit, but not much. Yeah, see, it's starting to weaken. See it? Last couple frames. Okay. Sun is out in North Finley. I believe it. It'll cloud up pretty soon, though. But you are not, Finley, you are not going to get anything big. You are absolutely not. Okay? Cloudy by 75. Okay? Okay. Be back in a few. Check outside myself. everybody. We are back once again. It's kind of dark outside. Want to take a peek what was it was doing. But as far as I'm concerned here, we've got some regular garden variety stuff going on here. We got a special weather statement on, obviously in blue. We've been tracking these with three different waves of showers and thunderstorms now for 3 hours and 45 minutes and 35 seconds. Okay. Got some thunder now going on in the Maumee area. Everything's moving through Port Clinton, even as we speak, moving towards Sandusky, Cedar Point area, northeast of Fremont, over the islands area. Nothing really to speak of much by Cleveland. It looks like a shower and thunderstorm to the east and, well, south and northeast of Cleveland. You see it right there. Okay. The main bulk of that action is eastward. Let's see what else we got here. South of Tiffin by Bucyrus. Got some action there. Okay. South of Van Wert County. Everything to me just looks like it's just, yeah, running into that rain cool there. Yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape. You got the stuff here north of Adrian. Like I said, that's that Jackson County stuff we talked about. Okay. All right. Okay. I think Bowling Green, the same thing is going to happen to you that happened before. You get a shot of rain, quick shot of rain, 30 minutes maybe, get some lightning, some thunder. That pretty much is going to be it. That should be, I don't think that stuff up in Jackson County will make it that far south. They'll probably get into Lenawee County, maybe northern Lucas County before it fizzles. Ugh, boy. Probably gonna say another 5 or 10 minutes on all of this coverage, and I'll flip it over to Blizzard Bill Quickcast because there is nothing at all severe noted here. I think we've got things pretty well under control here. Yeah, this is going to make it into Adrian from the northwest. That's all part of that final batch of stuff. Okay, won't last long at all. And then behind it, again, here's the latest satellite shot, visible satellite shot. It's already showing signs of that the clearing trend is now moving into Hillsdale County from the northwest. Okay. Well, really western Hillsdale County. Look at the map here a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be almost towards Coldwater. So that'll come in the next half hour. So, start to notice skies getting much brighter across northwestern Williams County. So all this is moving moving away. This up here will never make it here tonight, but that's part of the weather system that'll be here tomorrow. But I think a big clearing trend. I don't know how far east that's going to get before sunset. Here it is, what, almost 4 o'clock. So probably looking at uh, between 6 and 8 o'clock, Toledo area. So see some sunshine come in, and getting to Port Clinton is going to be a push. Getting it that far east. Okay. I'll remove the watch out of there to make a nice and clean map. Hello, everybody. Blizzard Bill here. My goodness, approaching 3 hours and 56 minutes of tracking all these lines of storms. All right, let's do a radar tour and let's get up to date. And then we'll probably end the live broadcast and turn it over to what I call the Blizzard Bill Quick Cast. And if I see anything really significant popping, I'll let you know. But in all honesty, I think where we're going with this, that we're going to be on a diminishing trend of these scattered showers and thunderstorms next hour or two. There's nothing severe. The blue box you see is a special weather statement, and getting some thunder, getting some lightning, normal summertime stuff. Okay, normal summertime stuff. Now we're going to get, I believe, a clearing trend moving in. You can see it there on the satellite photo. Once this goes by, slowly but surely, and here it is almost 4 o'clock, we'll start to see the skies breaking up a little bit here and things improving dramatically. Happens all the time when you get thunderstorms that go by and the sun comes out or skies clear. So I seem to think that is going to happen. Okay. And tomorrow we'll have scattered shower and thunderstorm activity. Okay. Um, in the afternoon, evening, especially. I'm just in the camp that when you bring down this cooler air like this, you have the sun interacts with it, and you get what is called instability. And you know, we'll kind of keep an eye on that for you. Okay. Let me see what else we got going on here real quick. So I think we're on the downswing of all of that. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So where are we going to go with all this now? Let's go back and do a radar tour. So, okay. Here's the latest radar. If you check this out on the replay, this will be at right about 355. At 355. Okay. Zoom in a little bit tighter. There's absolutely nothing severe here. Absolute nothing. Okay. And these will continue to move east and southeastward through Sandusky, Erie County, Huron County. Okay. Nothing severe located there. Got some showers and thunderstorms just south of Findlay. Finally, in Hancock County, you got some action, but it is not anything severe. In Ottawa, City of, and Putnam County, that's moving towards Findlay. So, Findlay, you might indeed get a shower. You get towards Lima, change radar sites here to get a better look at it. This stuff is falling apart as it's heading in your direction, but you'll probably get some thunder and you'll get some lightning, and that'll move on through. As far as eastern Ohio is concerned, a lot of the action is by Youngstown, east of Cleveland, going southward towards Parkersburg, West Virginia. Give you a nice tour of what's going on into West Virginia itself, south of Hamlin and south of Charleston. Looks like you got this batch of stuff here in southern Ohio that will probably move into the Huntington area. So, folks that watch us from down there, that's moving in your direction. Got a severe thunderstorm warning west of Waverly. Dayton area's got a couple of storms located near Xenia. Okay, nothing severe. Back out of this real quick. Come over here. Columbus, mainly to the east of Columbus, south of Columbus. Nothing to get excited about there. And the stuff up to the north looks like it is beginning to fall apart, but may have enough kick where it's going to make it into northern Lenawee County and perhaps be affecting the Adrian area. Okay? So, what I'm going to do here now is sign off. I may come back in just a little bit. It's now raining in Bowling Green. Thank you very much for that. To clear out the queue on the computer, been off 4 hours and 39 minutes. The rain is diminishing. See how it's diminishing over Bowling Green. Okay? All righty, my friends. We hit the 4 hour mark. Isn't that something? Okay? So I will be back. I'm going to give you a quick cast. So come on if I see anything interesting. Just remember, Northern Lenawee County, one more small batch coming through. And that'll be it. Lucas County, looks like that stuff in Lenawee County will probably stay north, but we'll keep an eye on that. And that is pretty much it. Okie dokie. I'll be back later, and thank you for following me today. And I hope you got the weather you needed. Tell everybody to follow us. We sure do appreciate it. Okay? All right.